there we go. The microphone is on. Welcome, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board. And of course, this is your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. So, good evening, everyone, or guten Abend, or buenas noches. What else can we say? What is it? Dobre den in Russian. Let's see. What else can we throw in there? No, that's okay for now. Anyway, welcome everyone. Glad to have you all on board. Kalispera in Greek. Thank you, Piggy. I knew that was going to come in there. Konnichiwa. Okay, and that's 6 languages so far. Brilliant pronunciation. Thank you, Piggy. I appreciate that. I never knew I could do that Greek stuff. And Alex, I was just wondering about, those Icelandic legs of yours must be pretty awesomely strong because you're able to hop around and dance to the entry music there, wearing those rock socks. That'll get you rocking. And yeah, for those who don't know, as Alex mentioned, the standard attire there is the rocks that are knitted into the socks there in Iceland, and it's pretty much the way it is. It is always windy there. Oh, and yeah, trust me on that. I've experienced it, so I can vouch for it. So it is what it is. Anyway, welcome everyone. Glad to have you on board. And let's see, we'll get at things here. Good news for the day. Our good friend Arizona Snowman is at home. His blood pressure is down and in control for now. And that's really good news. I also want to say welcome to our moderators. And Arizona Snowman will not be in tonight. He's going to be resting. He might be lurking, but he's going to be resting. And I just wanted to hope that he's doing well and just relaxing. And we really appreciate that our good friend is doing better. Put it that way, and that is awesome. So. Also, welcome to the other moderators. We do have Piggy on board, C&D Boy. I don't know, I haven't seen him yet, but I'm sure he'll be along. As well as possibly Gary 24/7 Live, he's at Skies, and Joseph Fields, Texas, and maybe Lucas Snow. And that's our lineup. And of course, Piggy is in the chat, so all good. And Piggy's going hogwash. For those who are looking, the new emoji that has been put up is the hogwash emoji. It's not quite the way I wanted it, but it's a little small looking. But you have limited space. It's 48 by 48, as I mentioned before. So we do have our hogwash emoji, and I'm going to try to see if we can better it, but it is there. And like I say, it is a little bit on the small side, so it's tough to work with that kind of space. Let's see what happened to our good picture here. We'll move that ahead a little bit. Of course, they're at our wonderful Kilauea. It's the Halemaumau crater. This is from earlier this morning. They did have a lot of fog and the fog and a little bit of rain happening, so things weren't so nice there as far as visibility for the camera. But that is all good. And let's see what else we can do. First person in today, of course, was Sasha. And Sasha gets the cookies. Sasha beat out Lizoid. And that's the second day in a row Lizoid got beat out. And congratulations, Sasha, for getting in as number one. That's always a little bit of fun there, so definitely good to see. And before we get too far into saying hello to everyone, I just want to say there was some big shaking going on in, speaking of Lucas Snow, there he is. Big shaking going on in Iceland today. At 8 something this morning, they had a 5.1 according to USGS. The Icelandic guys, Dr. Fox gives out secret links to the weather. Oh, nice try, Lizoid. Anyway, the big shaker there was very close to Bardabunga, and Bardabunga, of course, is kind of just north of Grimsbotn, south of Askja, and it's pretty interesting. I knew I came here for a good reason. Iceland shakes. Yeah, you bet. We're going to be talking about that. Yeah, that's a 5 in Iceland. You bet, Kathy. And we'll get to that shortly. I'm going to say hello to everyone in here. But I also want to kind of mention, well, I'll wait with mentioning what else we've got going on there in Iceland. Like we all know that Askja is ready to pop, okay, but we're going to let you in on a couple other things that may be of interest to all of you, and may triple your fun. And that's the little hint I'm going to leave there. Anyway, welcome to all of you, and we'll start out by saying hello to Michael Olson, and aloha to Kathy, and welcome Brian C., and Hermione, and Fluffy, and of course Alex France, who is there in the shaky land of Iceland. Welcome. And Trev, our wonky donkey. Grandma B is here. Lizoid is here. Sasha, of course, who got the cookies. Philomena on board as well. And hopefully you're got your flashlights and everything ready, and some candles just in case the power goes out there, Philomena. Welcome to Henry and Nelson as well. And let's see, who else we got? Cookster Littlefield, welcome. Mona Alfano also here. Welcome, Mona. We got Michael already going up a little bit more, looking for One Fish 26. Welcome, I got you on there. And who else we got? Sliding up the list a little bit here, looking for, we see Henry Nelson. He's doing okay there. And I'm looking for more here. Scrolling up and trying to see who else is in here. A lot of people chatting, which is all right. Shannon Alaminski. Hi, our howdy all. Dr. Fox is their news on Askja volcano. We will get to it. And Askja has not yet popped. Okay, just so you know. And we'll get to that shortly. And we'll do Hawaii first very quickly, because there's not a lot in Hawaii, and we'll talk about things very quickly though. Anyway, still scrolling up, looking for more names to say hi to. Mariano, and welcome. And Mariano, we're going to try to teach you to speak English. And I'll try this. Mariano, vamos te enseñar inglés. I hope I said that right. while I'm learning Portuguese. You will learn English. And welcome. Let's see, who else we got? Scrolling up. Sarah Miles is on board. Welcome, Sarah. And still scrolling, looking for more names of all you wonderful good people. Did I say Hermine and Fluffy? I think so. Tom Dice might be here somewhere too. I didn't see him yet, but Russell Brainerd also here. Good to have you on board. And scrolling up a little bit more, looking for more, and scrolling quickly to not bore you to death by me saying hi to everyone. And up we go, up we go. And Nancy Buchanan, welcome on board. And I am up as far as I can go. I don't see anyone else up on the top end. And I think we got Grandma B already. Scott Hartman popped in. Good to see you, Scott. And Sharon Stewart, I hear you. Okay, Sharon Stewart is here. I think we've got everyone now. Hopefully. Anyway, for right now, that should be all good. Waving hey to Kathy, and yeah, Kathy's way over there in Hawaii, so that is pretty awesome. And we've got people from all over the world in here, so it's always nice to see that. I hear you, DrFox2000. Yeah, sure, Sharon. Thanks. And that is awesome. Okay, so what is happening there in our wonderful Hawaii? Well, let's take a quick look at what they've got for reports. First off, okay, let me... I think I'm going to have to do a recapture on this. Yeah, I will. Let me get rid of that banner. Somebody put a banner on top of there. There we go. We'll get rid of that, and we'll do a recapture here real quick and try to get this a little bit more into shape so we can read it and be able to give you the lowdown on what's going on. There we go. So let's get up. Of course, that's the old report, and we want to get up to the new stuff here. So Kilauea volcano update. Activity slowed down rapidly. Events within the eastern and central lakes ceased. In other words, they're talking about those areas. And that is what we see. And then, of course, when you look at this here on the thermal, you see the other older west area going. Anyway, effusive eruption within the Halemaumau crater floor continues to be significantly decreased over the last 24 hours. Both vents previously feeding the eastern lake and central pond seem to have stopped being active. And in 21, 22, western lake remains active, but poorly supplied by a lava flow circulating within the lake, which in turn developed to be a gradual form solidified crust, or forming solidified crust. Nancy Buchanan, congratulations on the 1 year of being a lavalier. The reason for this activity is a recent rapid subsidence of the ground, so-called deflation, in the early morning of February 17th. Okay, the renewed fusion activity is expected to resume, and it is supposed to flow the usual pattern of reventing to inflation and rising lava lake levels in the near future. Okay, so Kilauea is by no means out of the woods. Sulfur dioxide, or SO2 emissions, reached 2,000 tons per day on February 13th, And furthermore, heavy rains continue to affect the volcano area by creating the abundant steam over Helena Umau and considerably limiting visibility into the crater. So that's kind of our big scoop there, if you will. And let me see if I can get that other screen back up so we can see that better. There you go. So this is what it was on the left side. This is what it is on the right side at present. And that's kind of what we're seeing there. They do have the chart here, the tilt meter of the summit and east rift zone in the past week, showing what's been going on. But they're assuming it's going to get back up to this level, or at least somewhere close to it, once we see things going again. And that's the aerial shot of the volcano. I don't know when that was actually taken, but that is a NASA shot. And this is something completely different. Oh, that is Bromo, the ash plume from Bromo on February 17th. And I think we might have looked at that before. That is Bromo over in Indonesia. And that is pretty awesome to see that ash plume, because it blows out there, and it's such heavy ash that it all landed in one area. So yeah, that is a rainbow ash plume. That aerial was before 2018. That's very, very possible, Michael. Very possible. We've had newer ones though. Let's see, this one, this is Ijen in eastern Java, and that is their crater lake up there on top of Ijen. That is a very acidic lake. You don't want to be in there. And what are they showing here? Not sure what this one is all about. Looks like someplace you don't want to be walking. Looks very acidic. And that's back to our stuff there. So that's just the quick report, and that's kind of what we were seeing. Let's go take a look at some of the other images. Let me see if I can fix that one up by doing a recapture on that as well. And we'll see if we can get that into a frame. And that should be about like that. And let's click on this and stretch that back into a shape. And there, that gives you a better look at what our crater is actually looking like there. You can see we have no lava in here, and our gator rock is right in here somewhere. Yeah, right here. That's our lava gator. He's just sitting there. He's lonely, he's cold, and he's waiting for the lava to come back. So that's a lavagator. Here's the other one. This is our B1 cam. Not looking too great. Let's see if we refresh it. Yeah, very poor view. You can't see a heck of a lot. This is the current thermal shot from, well, this is from 9:10 a.m. And again, you see where we see the influx of the effusive lava, which is getting crusted over fairly quickly. Just wanted to kind of look down on the bottom here. We don't see any new lava inundating the frontal areas here, or the west side of the crater. We do still see a little bit of glow in the old areas, but not a heck of a lot, just so we're aware of that. Going to refresh that image and see where it's at. This is the present view, and again we'll check down on the bottom. We don't see anything new there. It does look a little brighter and look like we had a little bit more lava back in there, but again, still not seeing anything from the other vents, which in all likelihood will restart according to what our experts say. And this shot was from 9:20 a.m. and that of course is of the crater from the other side, and of course this is the old primary vent. The lava lake, the West Lava Lake is here. The Pig Island is right here. This little spout of smoke is the other spot where we had the lava coming out. That's your central area, and of course the eastern or southeastern lava lake right there. We still don't see anything filling up in that area, and I still got a sneaky hunch we're going to see lava. If this thing gets going again, we're going to see more lava flow into here once that lava lake fills back up. Going to refresh that one, and that unfortunately is the present view. So not too much. Is Iceland and Kilauea antipodes? No, they are not, Kathy. They are definitely not. Iceland is too far to the north. Your antipod would be further below the equator, and they are definitely not antipods. And of course, this photo is from 5:19 a.m. of Helemaumau crater, sorry, the West Lava Pond, the old one, and that's what we've got. So let's go to the present image just so you can see, and we may not even see anything. There it is, and that is unfortunate, but it is what it is. We can't do anything about it, and I've moved it back to 5:36 a.m. You do see the wonderful lava and the plates breaking and flipping and that kind of thing. So it is a very, very, very cool. Anyway, let's leave that be, and of course I want to put that one back so we can see it better. There we go. And let's head over to Iceland. And why do we want to go to Iceland? Because Iceland is a nice place. They have really yummy hot dogs there. And they make woolen socks with rocks in them because it's so windy there. That's according to Alex France. And don't take anything that I said for granted. Anyway, there is the wonderful city of Reykjavik and the capital city of Iceland. And it looks calm right now, actually looking pretty decent. Too dark to be able to tell if there's any ice or snow left down here, but we'll go back a bunch of hours and see how that situation looks. So let's go back about 9 hours and 40 minutes roughly, and look at that nice beautiful shot. And we do see the snow on the mountains in the background. We do still see some snow on the lawn down here for our wonderful Perlin Center, and that's where the cameras are located. At least the first two that we'll be showing, this one and the next one. So that is, of course, Reykjavik around, let's see, about 2:40 in the afternoon. So pretty nice looking. A little earlier it was kind of looking the same. A little less sunshine on this area, but hey, that's okay. But at least it wasn't snowing or raining. You didn't need to have rocks in your socks. You could wear the other ones, the lighter ones, and that's all good. Let's put this one back onto live. Let's go to the next view. Of course, this is the view of the regional airport and some of the ground area at the front of the Perlin Center, and this will give you a better idea of what it was like during the course of the day. So still a lot of snow on the ground. You can see that over here in the wonderful airport area as well, as in front of the Perlin Center. So still a lot of snow. I'm sure it'll melt eventually. And Tom says it's a buffering. I'm looking at my bit rates, Tom, and they're fairly solid. Sitting here between the 46 to 4700 where it should be, and not straying too far. I see it drop once in a while. It goes down to 49, or pardon me, 45, 90, but it shouldn't be bad there. That's nothing out of the ordinary anyway. So that's what we were seeing during the day. If we move that on, we did have a reasonable sunset there, and we kind of want to share that one. That looked like this, and you can actually see the sun going down fairly slowly, and as we move it on there a little bit more, there we go. So that is your sunset, and unfortunately this camera does not have the time on it, but the days are definitely getting longer there in Iceland, so that is all good. Don't you blame our Pepper. Oh, it must be the dog's fault, the dog. Which dog? Yeah, Alex, I know. The winter, the days are way too short as far as I'm concerned. Daytime, like 4 hours. That's not good enough. Whereas here where I am, and well, even for you in the summertime though, you get a very long days, and there are some days there where the sun barely sets and then it comes up within a couple of hours, I think. So not that bad, and unfortunately you're a little too far north and there to get the real heat out of it, but still. Anyway, don't want to bore you to death with nice looking sunsets. Let's go over and have a look at this beautiful shot. No, that's not a boat. That is a car. And no, it's not driving on ice. It's actually driving on the road. So, and no, you can't see it, but Katla is back there. Let's go back a bunch of hours and let you look at Katla actually visible and looking pretty nice. So that is what we were seeing earlier today. And beautiful shot of Katla. Dr. Fox, it's a UFO. Well, I'm okay, if you say so. But I could swear I could see it driving on that road right there. So it's a UFO. Yeah. Yeah, and then that UFO goes and parks over here in the parking lot and looks around. Anyway, that big ice mound over there, that is, of course, that is Katla. And then way over here, behind all this stuff, there's the other volcano of interest, and that is Bardabunga. And I did say that I was going to give you some interesting news. So we are all kind of aware that we will likely see Askja erupt. And Askja is primed to erupt. Now, I'm going to say this with caution. Was way over to the right from here. To the right? Well, it's way back there. Way back there. I know, long ways. You're still like you got Grimsvatn and everything else in between, and to the right, a little further to the right, behind here, somewhere around there. Yeah, I'm not sure the exact angle here, Alex. So that is pretty cool. Dr. Fox, you're clairvoyant. No, I'm not. I'm just going to mention what I see. There he goes again. That really tough name. Oh boy, Alex, I don't know why you put that name on there. Why can't we just call it Aya? Yeah, it's to the left. Yeah, the Aya is to the left. Okay, I believe you. Anyway, as I was saying though about Askia, is we do suspect that Askia is going to pop. And we do believe that there is about 99% certain is a view in Reykjanesfjörð near Vik. Okay. All right, 99% is certain. Yeah. Well, if they think it's going to pop, it could. Now, the thing is, volcanoes being unpredictable, there's always the slight chance. And like you said, 99%. We think it's going to pop. It does have approximately 10 cubic kilometers worth of lava in the magma chambers, or magma in the magma chambers underneath it. Which is very, very interesting. I think that's too simple for the locals. Ask ya tomorrow. Brian, way to go. Oh, punny. Anyway, so that is likely to happen. We also got informed this morning that there is magma under Bardabunga. Okay, so Bardabunga could indeed pop as well. And the other one, of course, the magma, we do have about 50,000 cubic meters of magma sitting underneath Frækadalsfjall. At least that is the estimate. So, is it possible that we're going to have 3 separate volcanoes pop in succession there in Iceland, or all at the same time? That is something that we will consider. And it is very, very interesting to figure that out, or to find that out. I shouldn't say figure it out, but find it out. And I'm just a conveyor of the information here. So we have a possibility of 3. And I know I see Poppet coming, and I gotta go hide. So I'm gonna put you back over to someplace safe, and I'm going to go back and hide. And I'm going to go take a break. After the break, we will look at a very interesting looking harmonic tremor charts, as well as the earthquakes, of course, because that's what everyone's waiting for. And it looks perfectly safe to me, Alex. Yeah, where you are, you're going to be okay. Absolutely. Just over by Reykjavik. That's all right. Hey, Sue says hi, and to everyone. Welcome, Sue. I'm glad to have you on board. Anyway, I'm going to leave this here. Going to go take a break. For all those good people who are here, you are welcome to hit that like button if you haven't done so already. Also, if you're new and you haven't subscribed, please do consider subscribing if you like what you're seeing so far. On that friendly note, I'm going to go take a 5 or 6 minute break. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And I will go be back soon. Soonish. Sooner than 5 or 6 minutes. Here's some music on my banjo. I'll be back. I am back. I stumped you all. And no, I didn't alter the picture. Well, I may have stretched it slightly, but not very, very much at all. And and I thought for sure Sue would have got this one. But anyway, thank you for the welcome backs there, even though I was here most of the time. But that is pretty awesome. I didn't see the picture. It's on the screen right now. The shot is on the screen. And welcome back, teasing Dr. Fox. Yeah, no, I have it on the screen for those who are looking. This is what I used for a thumbnail today. And I was hoping that somebody would get this. And I know it's an unusual shot. And it was a very nice shot. And when I seen it, I thought, yeah, we got to do this. And the other Fuego in Mexico? No, it is not in Mexico. It is in South America, ladies and gentlemen. You are looking at Reventator. That is what Reventator looks like in Ecuador. So that is what it is. And that is a Reventator. Reventador, Reventator. And it is in, definitely there. And yep, Sue, you got that spelled right. And it is pretty cool. And I thought it was a nice shot, and I would use it. So I think it's pretty awesome to see. And it's actually a fairly rare photo to be able to see it in that sense. Sarah says, I've never heard of it. We've talked about Reventator many times on this stream. Any video? No, unfortunately not. And I don't know actually when this photo was taken, but it is a few years back. Not one you take us too often. No, we talk about it, but we really haven't looked at it a lot. So that is one of those things. Anyway, we'll leave it be for now. And I thought it was a kind of a neat thing and a nice shot to look at. So, you know, if you see those lava bombs coming down, and then, of course, the moon is up in the top above that as well. So I'm kind of giving it a different perspective of light. And, of course, this was a very good one. Sneaks cookies out for all of Dr. Oh, Piggy is stealing my cookies. And those cookies were supposed to be for the winner. And places them in the room. Oh boy, and there goes the cookies. No, it's not Guatemala. It's Reventator. And there goes, oh my god, Piggy got all the cookies out. Anyway, let's get back over to harmonic tremor charts since nobody made it. Anyway, and Stumpinator, Trivia Stumpinator. And I'm glad I was able to stump everyone. That is actually a kind of a neat little thing. I wasn't thinking that it was going to take that long, and I thought I'd give you a little hint there when I said, yeah, this guy is an active volcano, and Reventator definitely is active, very active. Unfortunately, there's no cameras around there, and I'd love to see it at night too. Never seen that one before. We have a few times in aerial shots and stuff, satellite images, but we haven't seen it from the ground level like that, and it was a really a cool shot. Anyway, let's talk about Iceland, and of course our Fragranafjall area. First thing that we notice is this big spike right here. And of course, that is our big earthquake. USGS rated it at a 5.1. Icelandic services rated it as a 4.89 or 87, somewhere thereabouts. Or they rounded it up to a 4.9. So that's what we see. But in addition to that, we see 1, 2, 3, and then 4, 5, 6 other spikes in here. And that is the good news for what we see. So that is a pretty awesome. Let's tires down on the van for teasing everyone. Wonky donkey, target acquired. You're going to end up getting a tail pinned on you for that act. Anyway, so that is very, very cool to see the big spike there. And sits in the naughty corner. Sorry, Uncle Tom cries, Piggy, please behave. We don't want to see Snowman's blood pressure go up. Yeah. He's probably chuckling away there. Hands out pins. You bet, Piggy. That is good. I'm glad you're handing those out. A Wonky Donkey deserves that for letting the air out of my tires. Good thing I still have my air pump. Let's go down and take a look at our, see if the Grindavik one is working. On the way through, we'll take a look. And by the way, everywhere we look, we see that massive spike. So this is the one in Grimsey, the northernmost point, and we do see the activity reduced up there in Grimsey, but we do see that big spike. And this one, we see it even more. Grindavik, of course, Alex, since you're here, can you go back over there and kick that thing again at Grindavik? That sensor isn't working again. Maybe take a hammer this time and really give it a whap. Last time you kicked it, I know you were using your socks, but they have rocks in them. And kicked the wrong one. Sorry. Let's take a look at Krusevik and see what that one looks like. Where is it? There's a Krusevik, and a Krusevik is kind of weird. We do see the major spike going all the way off the top here, of course, because of the way the chart is set up. But we do see some other quakes in the area as well. So that is kind of neat and interesting. Let's go up to the Askia one real quick here, and I think I passed it there. Hang on, where is it? There's Askia, and right off the scale for Askia. But you take a look at what the activity looks like there at Askia, and of course it went down. And I'm kind of going, what do we got going on here? Like I said, I'm not a volcanologist. I'm just reading this thing and looking at what we've got going on. So is it, is this thing going to pop? When is it going to pop? We don't know. Everybody says, yeah, 99% for sure it's going to blow up and do its thing. But, that leaves 1% that said no. So that is what we've got. Okay, somebody's saying I can't read the chart. All right, so the purple is what's referred to as the extremely low frequency, and that will indicate typically you'll see it being a little fatter and showing a magma movement as such. The green is kind of your intermediate frequency, which is between 1 and 2 hertz, and then the blue is 2 to 4 hertz. 2 to 4 hertz is where you see a lot of the earthquakes, the actual heavier quakes. It's kind of in between. So you see little stuff, medium-sized activity or movement, and then the big stuff on the blue. That kind of gives you a little bit better idea of what you're looking at, and hopefully that makes a little more sense to you. But anyway, that is pretty awesome. Let's go over and take a look at the earthquakes because that's what everybody wants to see. The amount of earthquakes. Let me get on that map. And so, of course, we see the big one right in the middle here. That, of course, is rated at a 4.87 is what Iceland rated it at. USGS rated it at of 5.1, but I'm not going to argue with them in that sense because that's relatively close. Dr. Fox, you're lucky they don't make metal milk crates anymore, or wonky donkey and would have your tires. Oh yeah, he probably would. I've been craving Twinkies today. That's all right. Anyway, that one is there, and of course that is centered in this area right in here. So if we zoom out a little bit, we can kind of see where we're at. There's a Bardabunga there, and there's the plate boundary there, and this is on the I guess the North American side of the plate boundary. Not that that really matters, but you do see multiple other quakes around it, and this one came in at 3 kilometers in depth, not very deep, 4.87, and 8:41 was at the time for it. Thank you, Piggy, for the 5-minute warning. And then we had a bunch of other quakes, and I'm trying to zoom back in here so we can read those. This 2.6 came in at 8:42, 3.7 kilometers down. The next one is a 2.72, 5 kilometers down at 9:27. It'd be like an aftershock. 2.5 here, which happened just about a minute or two after this went. And that's a 2.5, 7.7 kilometers down, a little bit deeper. And then we've got a variety of smaller ones in the area. 1.07, 11 kilometers down, or 11.1 from 906. 1.7 from 1.1 kilometers down, and that happened just after as well, 8:49. So that gives you a pretty good idea. We're not going to go over all the little ones, but just to point out that that's where that big quake took place. And when we take a look at Astia, which is right next to it, we'll take a look at some of those. This is from 2050, 0.9, 6 kilometers down. This one, 7 minutes after 4 a.m., 7.8 kilometers down. Next one over, 0.8, 3.8 kilometers down, 108. 0.1 from 256, 5.2 kilometers down. This one a 0.7, 7.4 kilometers down, 320. So none of those are in that same time zone that this thing went off. This one here, 5:59 a.m., 0.08, 9 kilometers down, and the other one 3:24, and that is at 0.23, 8.7 kilometers down. So that gives you a pretty good idea of, this is kind of not associated with the movement of this, and it didn't rattle anything loose over here at Astia. So 4:07 a.m., 0.55, 7 kilometers down for him. Then we got a 0.6, 7.9 kilometers down, 8:22, and that's getting closer in to the time there was 8:40 something. This one 11 minutes after midnight, the new midnight, so that's in my future. Didn't happen yet, but we'll look at it anyway. 0.7, 5.1 kilometers down for that one. While we're here, we got enough time to do these top ones. We are looking at subduction at the plate boundary, or is it expanding? It's a transverse boundary in that area. In other words, it's grinding against each other as it's slipping by. It is neither subduction or expansion. It's transverse, sliding. I'm not sure which side is going in which direction, but one side, of course, going north, the other side going south, kind of thing, roughly in that area. So transverse is what we're looking at. We do know that it will spread apart a little bit depending on how much magma comes up in there, but typically that's what we've got there. We'll see the expansion more so down here, although this is considered a transverse as well, where it's just sliding against each other, but it will build out. And really what built this island is the volcanoes, and because it's not really a zone where we're going to see it doing its thing. But from what I understand, this is a transverse. Look out your window. You will see the van on bricks for encouraging Piggy. Oh, don't be so mean. Anyway, let me undo this. Hang on, I got the camera. There, you didn't put it on bricks. 1815, we had a 1.2 there, a 0.2 of a kilometer down, or 200 meters down. We do see a couple more over here. 5.2 kilometers down again, brand new quake, 11 minutes after midnight there. And then we've got a 0.5, 5.2 clicks down from 2030. Then we got this one, 802, and 0.69 in magnitude, 6.8 kilometers down. This one is 0.54 in magnitude, 4.9 kilometers down from 1034. And let's grab the other one that's way out here by Grimsey, the island of Grimsey. It's a 1.4 in magnitude, 5.3 kilometers down from 1858. And it is a time for me to take a break. So what we'll do is we'll grab these after the break. And by the way, there is 134 quakes in the last 24 hours. I don't know if I pointed this one out. It's down here as well, this 3.9. And that is definitely on the Eurasian side of the plates. And that's 5.2 kilometers down, came in at 840 as well. So those, both the big one and that 3.9 came in at the same time. We'll cover these when I get back from the break after the bacon seeds. We got bacon seeds coming up after the break. And on that friendly note, let's see if we can get you back to some lava flow. And there it is in Helemaumau crater. That 3.9 doesn't show at all where I look. It doesn't show. Well, it's on this map. If we go to the other map, does it show up on the other map? Is that it there? That's a 2.8. This is a 2.4. Yeah, it's not even showing on here. Why is it? It should be out here on this map, and we don't see it. That is kind of weird. And you know, this is the same guys make this map as the other one, so I'm a little baffled. But hey, it is time for me to take a break. Dr. Fox Wonky Donkey hacked your camera system, and you're seeing a loop of the van. Oh my God, you mean I gotta go to look out the window? All right, I'll be back after my break. Don't go away, you guys. And I'm gonna eat those lava cookies. I'll be back. Oh, welcome back, everyone, and welcome back, Wheelless Dr. Fox. all, all in fun, you guys, all in fun, and we love to have a little bit of fun here. So, for those who didn't read that, apparently Wonky Donkey stole my tires, and we had to do what we do. So, oh. And Linda, I'll trade you for 4 lava cookies, okay? The tires for 4 lava cookies. And we'll see what we can do. Thank you for the welcome backs from Scott and Sasha and Sue. And I hear you, DrFox2000. Tires, woo. And thanks, Mona Alfano. And... yeah, a little bit of fun there. So funny as all get out. 4 tires found on the road dead. Steals a deal. So what? It's a deal, Dr. Fox. Dr. Fox, you cheapskate. You offered what? You offered a less for a thistle. Hold it. I actually offered cash for thistle and cookies. Or what did it was cash and what? I can't remember. A bag of cookies. No, that's a big bag of cookies, though, Piggy. Really big bag. It's at least 40 or 50 kilograms of cookies. Anyway, 3 Pepsis and a cookie. No, I could remember it was $8 and some cookies, but it's all good. I did promise to take you over to get bacon seeds, and we're gonna get our revenge on that wonky donkey, and we'll see what we can do here. Anyway, here is the naughty wonky donkey. This was yesterday's last bacon seed, and of course our wonderful Piggy sent us a whole bunch more, and some of them are really, really neat. And we're kind of celebrating that our wonderful Arizona snowman made it back out of the hospital, so I guess that is the first one, and that is pretty awesome to be able to see that. I have no internet at my home. AT&T says it will be a couple more hours to get my internet back. I'll try to check in tomorrow. Good night, all. Okay, Nancy Buchanan, take care, and good night to you. And hopefully they'll get you your internet back. At least we hope. And here's another one of those wonderful little Piggy shots. This one's awful smiley. I wonder if he's been in the sauce. And that is pretty awesome looking. And let's keep going here and see our next wonderful little bacon seed, a champagne pig. Yep, and that's what he is. And looks wonderful. Gotta love it. Next bacon seed is this one. Got some bling on, and I guess looks like some cupcakes around it, so looking pretty nice. Pasted Piggy, okay. So cute and tiny. They are. Horrors, I can survive without internet. I can? Oh, you can't. No, you can't. First world problems is what those are, Nancy. And that is a wonderful shot. Let's go to the next one. And when pigs fly, and that one's got a smirk on its face and some blue eyes, so that's neat. Kind of gotta like that, and that is all good. And let's get to the next one. What? The skates with the key you fasten to your shoe. Sandra Rockland, I haven't seen those for years. Don't look up. Yep, you don't want to look up. Loving the piggies. And by a couple more piggies going. And here's our next one. Oop, what did I do here? I turned the other ones on. And this one is pretty cool. Very cool. Is this like an Elton John pig? Elton Pig? And a cool dude. So pretty awesome. Me in the sun today. Ah, yeah, that's a very, very possible. And let's see, no actual wheels I ever had on a key. I'm 72, actually, plus 19 days. There you go. Here's another cool Piggy, and that one, of course, has got some shades on as well. That is pretty awesome. And let's see, what else we got? We got a couple of more of these here. This one, oh, this one is just enjoying the sunshine, being held up. Just a little handful. A beautiful little Piggy. Gotta wear shades. Yeah, this one doesn't have any shades. He closed his eyes because the sun's too bright, but he's still smiling. And smiling and styling. And here's our actual last bacon seed that we have for today. And that is another one with his eyes closed. He's got a sweater on, and he's just relaxing, looking or feeling the warmth of the sunlight coming in there, I guess, for the most part. Now, I did get a couple more images during the break here, so I do have to bring those up, and I hope Wonky Donkey is ready for the terror that is about to be bestowed upon him. And we called out, and we got the camo pig. The camo pig is coming to get him, and the camo pig is definitely ready for action. And I'd be really, really careful about that because the next one is what really, really shows how mean that camo pig actually is. And here it comes, and this is the mean Piggy, and of course you don't want to cross the mean Piggy, and that is it. So never mind the camo gear, look out, the mean Piggy is coming. And yeah, Pig Warrior is on her way. And that is awesome. Thank you, Piggy, for sending those in. And that is pretty cool. And you better hide, a Wonky Donkey, because the Camo Piggy and all dressed up and ready to go. Zelda the Pig Warrior. Maybe that's what it is. All right, so a little bit of fun there, Valkyrie Piggy. It is all in fun, guys, all in fun. Anyway, let's get back to Iceland, and we will go and do our thing. And let's get back to the map. So we did look at this 3.9 that we can't seem to see on any of the other maps. Including the other one that they've got, which is this one. So a little confusing with where that might be. The furthest one out there, they are calling it a 2.8. So I don't know if that is the same one. But again, this is the same guys that are doing these. So the other quake, they actually show it way over here. So I'm really confused as to where that is actually located. Anyway, that might be in, well, on this map, that is fairly new. This may have come in, well, no, this came in at the same time as the other one, so it should have been there, because this is at 8:41. This preceded it, and that should be what we've got. Anyway, let's take a look at some of the other ones here. Just real quick, we got a 0, 7.4 kilometers down from 11:29. Then we've got a 0.4, 3.8 kilometers down, 6:01 a.m. This 1.4, 4.9 kilometers down from 4:41. And then we'll go up here, we see a 0.8, 5 kilometers down from 1825. 1918 we had a 0.7, 1.1 kilometers down. Let's grab this guy way up north here, and well, sort of northwestish. 7:07 a.m. 1.39, 7.8 kilometers down. Then we had a 0.12 surface quake, really, 135 meters down, and 10:52 was the time on that. We got a 1.76, 0.1 kilometers down. 23:30 was the time on that. Then we got a little stack of 3 right here. 0.8, 5.2 clicks down, 27 minutes after 11 p.m. And then actually there's this one, 0.71, 3.3 kilometers down, 9:30 this morning. There's another one underneath there, 0.7, and that is 3.5 kilometers down from 9:30. And 0.6, 5.2 kilometers down from 23:31 or 11:31 p.m. And then we get over onto the Reykjanes Peninsula and out into the water. And the big thing is there's a Reykjavik, and of course over here somewhere is where there, somewhere around there is Alex waving at us, but that's okay. Anyway, the Keflavik Airport, Keflavik, Reykjanesbær, Jarvik, and then if we get over here to Grindavik, and of course the Blue Lagoon is right in there. There's the power plant, and just across from that, right beside our Fagradalfjall area, we have this one. Hey, there's Alex waving. And that is a 1:33 in the morning, a 0.39, 5.5 kilometers down for that guy. We don't actually see any quakes within our Fagradalfjall zone. And of course, there's where Ragnar is, and Siggy Fisher. And Yvonne asked that if we have any new volcanoes pop up, that we don't name them Bob. I thought Bob was nice. Anyway, we're not going to go through all these because that'll take way too long. I'm going to hit some of these bigger ones. 2.8 from 11.1 kilometers down, 441 this morning. The other one right beside it here, 440 this morning, 2.38, 6.5 kilometers down. We've got a 1.25, 5.6 kilometers down from 448 as well. And a little bit over here, want to get these depth things down. 4:46 a.m., 1.4, 4.4 kilometers down. This one a little closer to the land, 4.5 kilometers down for this 1.85. 4:44 was at the time on it. So now here is the island where everybody thought, oh yeah, we're going to get an eruption right here, LD Island, but that ain't happening. And we see this cluster of activity right here. And in the center of it, 3.14, 12.7 kilometers down, very deep. 15:30 was the time on it. Then we got a 2.61, 12.7 kilometers down, 13:48 for him. Pop in over here, we got another one, again 12.8 kilometers down, 4:57 a.m., 2.26 is the time on that guy. Let's just grab some of these other ones. 11.7 kilometers down for this 1.99 from 13:52. This 2.14, 11.8 kilometers down, 10:25 a.m. This 2.25, 13.1 kilometers down from 6:01 a.m. Going a little further up, again, 11.25 kilometers down for the 1.76 from 10:49. 1.83, 12.6 kilometers down, 10:48. Just getting an average of this is 10 to 12 kilometers down for most of these quakes, and that gives you a lot of room for that to migrate if there is magma there. But These are all fairly deep. This is a little shallower, 1.4, 5.3 kilometers down, 1531 for him. 1.3 over here from 2159, that's a little newer, 1.3, 5 kilometers down. This 7.2 clicks down, 7:50 a.m. and the 1.53 right there, 5.6 kilometers down at 10:22, and the list goes on and on and on all the way out here. And I just want to see these 5.2 clicks down, 1.1, 13:21 for him. 1.3, 5.2 kilometers down, 15:45. This 1.2, 5.8 kilometers down, 15:49. You know, gives you a pretty good idea that those are happening out fairly deep in this area and a little shallower over here. It makes you wonder what we've got going on. Thank you for the 5-minute warning. And Piggy, Pepper is snoring. Do they call a sea what? CPATH machines for dogs? Yeah, that's funny. Anyway, yeah, so I'm not going to go over the rest of them because, like I said, we've got 133 quakes in the last 24 hours for Iceland. And of course, the big one here, that's the one that is of interest. And that is, you know, kind of what we look at. Alex, I was going to ask, did you actually feel that quake, this big one? Did you feel it over there at your place? Because when we zoom out, they show the big circle, and you would think that, no, you didn't feel it? Yeah, I thought it's a little too far away to be able to feel that, and you definitely got a bunch of mountains and stuff in the way and a lot of material to absorb it. So, pretty interesting to see that, though. And you know, if what Yvonne mentioned to me earlier, that we do have magma sitting in underneath here, that it's 50,000 cubic meters of lava or magma sitting under Fragga del Fiol or the Reykjanes Peninsula area here, not specifically right there, but in that area in general. If we do have that, that could indeed, you know, bring something up. And of course, over here at Bardabunga, very possible that we could get an eruption there as well. And there's a Bardabunga there, but you never know. You know, I'm going to stick to the safe anecdote of saying we don't know what's going to happen. We really don't. And looking at Astia as well, you know, for something that has got 10 cubic kilometers of lava or magma underneath it, how come we're not seeing that much movement? And that will be pretty interesting. Let's see. Okay, Piggy just sent me something else here. I'm trying to catch up to all these extra images coming in. Yeah, I understand, Piggy. No worries. I don't think there's any I don't think there is anything super imminent. My guess is at least a week, absolute minimum. You know, that could be, it definitely could be, Alex. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens. Oh, somebody called that Pop It out already. I'm going to have to take a break. Otherwise that Kraken is going to get me. For those good people who are here, though, it's all good, and thank you everyone for hitting that like button. For those who haven't hit the like button yet, please do consider doing that. Help us out. We do want to get over that 100 mark and let the YouTube analytics take over and do their thing to help promote the stream, and that always works. Also, for those who have not yet subscribed, do consider subscribing if you haven't done that already as well. if you're sitting on the sidelines, just peeking in. And you are certainly welcome to pop on board and chat with all the good people. We do have people from all around the world, so it is pretty interesting, pretty fascinating, and you are all welcome to be here. Wonky Donkey, yeah, you better leave, buddy. You're on my list, man. I'm going to keep an eye on you. Good night, Trev. You take care of yourself, and thanks for being here. I think we would see earthquake swarms first. Tom, what Yvonne was mentioning was we're going to see these migrate. And we're going to see something migrate over here from here. And that is likely what's going to happen. So we'll keep an eye on it. Anyway, let's put you back over to the current view. No, hang on, that's not really current. Let's see if we can get that current. If we can see anything there in... no, we're not going to see anything. Darn it. I hate that. Yeah, clouds. Let's leave it right here for the break. You can watch the lovely lava from 6:29 a.m. And that is at the Halemaumau crater and Kilauea volcano on the island of Hawaii, the big island. And I'm going to go take a break. Keep smiling, hit that like button, and I will be back. And now you got me thinking about what am I going to show tomorrow for a volcano to stump you guys, since you didn't get Reverend Dador. I thought that was going to be an easy one, and I wasn't really mucked up of a picture, so it'll be good. Hi, Brian Rockrail fan, glad to have you on board, and just in time for my break. I'll be back, you guys. Don't go away. Thanks. And there we go, microphone is back on. Welcome back everyone. I'm your host DrFox2000 and you are watching a VolcanoX live stream. Of course, what's on the screen right now is from early this morning Hawaii time at 6:39 a.m. and that is the West Lava Pond and Halemaumau crater in Kilauea. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sasha, and I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000 from Sharon Stewart. Thank you. And I guess the other ones are busy doing other things, looking maybe for rabbits. The rabbit left. It had dinner and took off. Anyway, let's get at other things and do what we do best, and that is go through a whole bunch of them. Nods at James Bond, long time no see. Hey, Brian, see, no worries. And all cool. Thank you, Sue. Anyway, I'm not going to spend much time here in the Azores. That, of course, is the island of São Jorge, or São Jorge, if we say it in Portuguese. And how come I'm not seeing it? There it is. Okay. And of course that is kind of what it is looking like right now, kind of hazy and foggy. We don't see much of the lights of Pico Island out there because of the weather is not that great. 18 kilometers in between the two islands. This is what it would look like during the day on a nice day, not today though. And the next shot, of course, is already too late for us. Normally what we do is watch the waves splash in here in the little cove area, but unfortunately that is not going to happen since we are here after midnight at their time. That's what the normal daytime shot would look like on a regular day. You see that wave action, but that wasn't today, so we'll leave that be. Let's go take a quick look at the earthquakes, and we don't see any for today since the 19th, so that is what we've got on that map. Let's go to the other map, and we will make that a little bit bigger so we can see all of it. And let's refresh that and see what we've got on here. And it looks like only one quake showing for that whole area. And of course there's Pico Island, São Jorge right there, Fayal Island, Terceira Island, and of course here's the only quake 10 hours ago, 2.4, and we don't see a depth on that. It says a surface quake, so that is what we've got there for that area. I'm trying to zoom out, and no, not bigger, smaller. I don't want it bigger. Let's try this button instead. Anyway, get rid of that commercial. No, thank you. I don't want to look at shirts. I want to get rid of the commercial. Let's zoom out a little bit more. There we go. And that'll give you a better idea of where we are. Of course, that is in the middle of the Atlantic. And that's the stopover point for back in the old days. They used to land their what do they call them, star clippers or sea clippers, and land here before they went on to New York, the old airplanes. And anyway, there's Portugal, Spain, Ireland, England, Iceland up here, and of course we see Newfoundland, and Sue waving hello to us from over here. And she is in, of course, Nova Scotia, and that's right there. So pretty good. A long distance shot, and that is pretty cool. And there's Sue waving hi. Anyway, let's leave that be. Let's go to our next one. And of course, this was the stumper of the day for you guys. And yes, that is Reventador in Ecuador. And how come we got commercials happening? Apparently we have commercials on Popocatépetl. Let me see if I can find that real quick without commercials. Where are we? And there we are, hiding behind my Pepsi glass. And of course it's buffering. Why not? Anyway, that is what it is doing right now. If we go back during the course of the day, there were a few times where it puffed fairly good, and this is one of them from 1841. And as we speed that up by going ahead 5 seconds at a time because it's so slow, it does show you that it gave off a very, very large ash plume, but it did die out after a little while. And let's slide back. There's a few more of those, and nothing super serious. So, and we did encounter clouds earlier, and then those dissipated as well. Just trying to go back here to something where it's actually doing some activity. You know, we got little puffs like this, really not too exciting to look at, and that's what it's been doing for a lot of the day. So no really heavy major plumes. Here's another one, just little puffs coming out, and you know, on occasion we see a bigger one, but it wasn't very encouraging today. There's another one of those smaller ones. We do see, you know, the gray up on the top, and then we see very light colored gases on the bottom. So there's ash-filled material up here in this tephra, but down on the bottom, mainly gases are coming out, and really wasn't anything too spectacular. So a Popocatépetl, fairly quiet, and let's see if we can get into the morning hours here. We did have one that's about in here. Let's see if we can get that going. There we go, at 7:06 a.m. and that kind of golden color lights up really well. And again, same kind of a scenario where we've seen some heavy ash at the first, but afterwards it turned into a fairly light colored steamy gas. So not that much activity happening there. Of course, Popocatépetl is about 70 kilometers south of Mexico City, and very visible because it is the biggest mountain there in Mexico. Next one up for bids, of course, is our wonderful, oh boy, yeah, Fuego in Guatemala. The reason I'm going, oh boy, is I'm seeing all these lights here. And it really worries me seeing all these guys here taking a look and taking photos. And they are really risking their lives. And the reason I say they are risking their lives is when we seen that one that started the fire, that tephra landed way over here, well beyond where these guys are standing. So this is not a place to be up here. If that thing decided to pop, you're basically going to be a toast. You know, you will be a toast. Let's see if we can go back a few seconds here and see what this one, when the candle lit up, it wasn't all that big and exciting today. We didn't see those massive pluming eruptions that we were seeing before. But getting into sunset time, yeah, that one wasn't really that spectacular. We did see this smoke coming down off of the caldera, moving right along the edge here where those guys are actually standing. So again, you know, what I keep telling people is if you do go to a volcano, and you do have an ash cloud coming towards you, make sure you cover your face with something and do not breathe that stuff in. That contains particles of tephra, which are basically glass, you know, volcanic glass or ash, and that stuff gets into your lungs, and there is no way to get it out. Other than perhaps a lung transplant from somebody who was healthy, and that is about it. Anyway, the stream the rest of the day was very, very poor as far as rip your lungs, and that's exactly what it's going to be doing. It will wreck your lungs very, very quickly. Darwin Award candidates, exactly, Brian. And that's something that I really, I mean, I love volcanoes, and I'd love to go see another one with my own eyes, having seen, Ragnar doing its thing. It was definitely a joy, and at least there, being back far enough, kilometer and a half, I'm back away from the thing. I felt safe enough that you're not going to be breathing in at that. Plus, we know that it wasn't throwing out that much tephra while I was there. It was erupting, yes, it was throwing out gas, but it wasn't throwing out big chunks of tephra. And it's those very dirty clouds that you see coming out, the puffs when you see. Let's see if we can get there. This kind of stuff right here. Okay, the very, very dark ash-loaded clouds. Those are what will take you out, and you don't want to be there. Anyway, let's leave that guy be. I'm going to put him back on live. Maybe we'll see some more action, but there you can see the lights of the people on the side, some of the photographers, and not too smart to be in that area, and we can see the moon up there. That's pretty awesome. Anyway, next one on our list is further south, and this is the Nicaragua as we go south down the Central America there, and that is the caldera for Masaya volcano, and unfortunately still picture, no video. And we'll take a look at what the current still picture looks like, and there you can see the lava that's down in the caldera. So pretty awesome to see. And that is all good. And while we're doing this, let's take a look at the next one. And of course, we see this is a report on Cotopaxi volcano, also in Ecuador, a detailed volcanic activity report. And there's the picture first off. That is pretty awesome looking. That was an image from February 2nd, according to what they posted there from IGEPN. And that looks not bad. Let's see what else they got for images. This is the satellite picture from Sentinel-2. And hard to tell, but you can definitely see the ash plume and the ash moving off from the central crater there. And let's see what else we got. This is gradually increased seismic activity since October 1st, and you can see things are on the rise for Cotopaxi. So we may see this thing pop real good as well, and it'll be interesting. And you can see the activity here was fairly heavy. And that is about where we are. Well, we're on the last day here, but it was pretty much right up there. And that gives you a little bit of an idea where the plume of lava is going when you're looking at that off the western flank. And that is pretty cool. And it says here, western flank of Cotopaxi volcano is being deformed by magma intrusion. So there's a magma pushing up underneath it in that area, and hopefully it won't go kaboom. Thank you for the 5-minute warning, Tom. And back to the original picture. Next one on here, of course, is the one that we were looking at earlier, Reventator, and that is also in Ecuador, and that is doing its thing. If we go to that shot, and shows you this is from the 19th, and that was at 23:20 or 23:32 is when that photo was taken. You can see the heavy ash plume and a little bit of a light showing there, and of course you can see the shape of the volcano. Looks pretty awesome. This was from the 19th, so pretty cool. And here is from January 31st, a Sentinel-2 image from above. You can see where the primary event is up top here, the caldera, and of course some of the lava flow. This thing had multiple ports here where it was popping out lava at certain points in time. So this is kind of a little bit of a deformed volcano, but it's neat to be able to see that. And that's a nice beach, but got nothing to do with us. Let's take a look here. Effusive explosions or effusive explosive eruptions of the volcano continues and has remained essentially unchanged. Near constant volcanic explosions continue to take place from the summit. A crater that reaches 4.6 kilometers, or roughly about 15,000 feet, occasionally 5.2 kilometers to 17,000 feet, and drilled into various directions, or drifted into various directions, most often to the northeast. Okay, the lava flow to the northeast flank remains active as well. Active and well visible in the attached satellite image, and that is what we're seeing right there. And here's the photo that we were looking at, and of course that will try to bring up a different shot. And that is a Reventator, you guys. Oh, hang on, that didn't work. Let's see, can we change that view? Yeah, we'll change it a little bit, and we'll grab it this way so you can see that, and we'll make that a little bit bigger. So that's the view, and that's the photo I used for today's thumbnail, and I thought that was pretty cool. Anyway, let's get rid of that, and there it is in much bigger fashion, of course. You stumped with a Reventator, Doc. Yeah, I did, and it wasn't intended to be a stumper, but I just wanted to throw something out there that I thought was kind of neat. So anyway, we'll leave that, and I accidentally closed that window, but let's go to our next volcano, and that is Villarrica, and that is this shot here. So Villarrica volcano, central Chile, crater produces a second active orifice, and there you can see the primary one, where we normally see it come out, is kind of centrally located, and then it created a second area there. If we open that image up, you can see it just a tad bit better, but that was what came in today, and it's got kind of a parasitic vent there, if you want to call it that. And here's a different cam shot from the 20th as well. You can see some snow up there on top of that mountain, and that was from the 12:02 on the 20th, of course. Next shot is something not worthy, and let's see, a second source of lava fountaining was observed at Villarrica in the early morning. The second active orifice is disposed to the east compared to the southwest direction of the lava fountains observed from the primary orifice over the previous days/weeks. Lava fountaining today from the secondary orifice reached a height of 80 meters, in addition to continued strombolian activity from the primary source. So that gives you a pretty good indicator of what we've got going on there. And again, you can see that that did shoot up to about that 80 meter mark. So pretty awesome, and that is pretty much it for that guy. Let's put this back over here. We're going to get rid of those other ones. And that is, of course, our wonderful Fuego in Guatemala. And those camera people are still there. I hope they go somewhere else. I just want to back this up just a little bit so we can see this last puff, and then I'm going to take a break. So there you can see it glowing. The candle is lit, and there comes the the lava chunks, and you can see some of that tephra flying out, or the lava bombs, and landing a little bit of a distance away. They didn't land way over here, so those guys are fairly safe. Definitely not as eruptive as what it has been in the last little while. So pressure is down a little bit, I guess. So we'll leave it as that. It is a time, and let's go take a look and see what we can do. I go back to our Helma crater for right now. I am going to go take a break, you guys. Hi, Yvonne. Good to see you. And nice that you're on board. I'm trying to get back to the correct screen here. And I want to back that up just a little bit so we can see that a little bit better. Right about there. Going to take that break. I will be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. And yeah, welcome, Yvonne. Glad to have you on board. We already had a look at all our activity in Iceland, of course, since that was a little earlier. Anyway, for those good people who are here, please, if you have not yet hit that like button, help us out. We're trying to get over that 100 mark. That definitely helps. And if you give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribe to the channel, if you're sitting in the Lurkers Lounge or watching it, please do consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. And also, I want to remind everyone that these streams, the live streams, are not monetized. So just so you're aware of that. Also, we do have memberships available for anyone who wishes to join in and help out and support the channel. That will be awesome. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. And for those who need to know, we now have 2 bunnies eating. I'll be back in a little while. Don't go away. Thanks. go. Microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you all on board. And good night to Tom and Pepper. Thank you for the welcome backs from Yvonne and Sue. Pardon me. And Kananaska's country. And yeah, let's. Oh, I hear you from Sharon Stewart. Thanks, Sharon. And I'm trying to save my voice here. I just coughed, so I didn't want to do anything to make me cough again. I actually gonna have to drink another drink of Pepsi here real quick. Just to make sure it's all good. Yep, a good save. Yep, thanks. All right, so let's leave Kilauea once again, and we'll go over to our next volcano, and that will be, where are we going now? I think we are going over to, nope, not this one. This one needs to be redone, and they got commercials, so we're not going to worry about them anyway. Let's go over to this one, and that'll work. And that, of course, is our wonderful one that's hiding in the clouds. And this, of course, is supposed to be Merapi, and Merapi is hiding. And I don't know if it really came out too much today out of the clouds. I did peek a few times. There it is. It wasn't doing a heck of a lot. We do know that it was continuing to do a lot of off-gassing from the top of the vent there, and I didn't see anything eruptive or explosive there. If we go back further into nighttime, it was kind of hit and miss. We did see a little bit of lava there, nothing major, and we'll go back and see if we can spot anything further back in the midst of the jungle, and yeah, really nothing too exciting there. I think maybe right about here we had a little bit of lava. Let's see, there it is, and wasn't very much coming out of it, so I was trying to get to that, but the clouds were sitting right on top of it when it may have erupted a little bit, and we couldn't see. So that is kind of hit and miss today with our wonderful Merapi, and that is, of course, in central Java. We'll leave it as is, and that is what we had there. So we'll leave that guy be, and that is our present telemetry screen that we see from them, with the other stuff all going on. So that is kind of what we got, and we'll head over to our next one, and that one is not faring any better. This is Ruapehu, Mount Ruapehu in New Zealand, not visible today either, and that is due to cloudiness and rain and more cloudiness, and all morning long and all day long so far. So we're going to leave that one out of the woodwork as well. Actually, when you go way back, you see it was very, very foggy there as well. So that is what we had there, and let's make that smaller again. We'll go to the chart here for Taupo, and we'll renew that just to make sure we're up to date. Click on it, make it bigger, and there we can see the activity. We had a couple little tremors in here just a while back, but nothing serious, and this was kind of a late yesterday that this happened, and this is today's activity right in here. So really nothing major to speak of there for Taupo, and we'll leave that be, and let's leave that, close that off, and of course this is the wonderful shot of it live, and that's what we're seeing right now. We do have the lake there. The lake is the caldera of Taupo. The center of the caldera is over here, just beyond that outcrop, and that is kind of the middle of it, if you will. And we don't ever want to see this thing pop. Anyway, this shot, of course, is a courtesy of Suncourt Hotel and Conference Center there in the town/city of Taupo. And yeah, they're in New Zealand, so if you're looking at it and saying, hey, they're driving on the wrong side of the road, you're absolutely correct. It's all good if you're in North America. But if you're from England, you know, you'll be okay. You'll say they're driving on the right side of the road. Looks kind of cloudy in the distance. Yeah, that's why we cannot see anything. Right there is where Ruapehu would be, hiding behind these mountains here. So very, very cloudy over there. And that's it for this one. I'm going to put that back to a small. Let's go over to our next one, and that will be another one that's hiding in the clouds today. And let me get over to it, and that is right about there. And we'll make that picture a little bit bigger. That is Semeru. And Semeru, of course, same adventures. So just so you understand where Semeru is in relation to Merapi, Semeru is in eastern Java, and Merapi is in central Java. So the clouds that went over top of Merapi are possibly now over top of Semeru, and during the night, of course. And as we go back, we don't see any visibility of the volcano at all during the course of the travels here. And they did restart this stream a little while back, so we only can go back about an hour, unfortunately. So we don't get any nighttime shots this time around from there. And we'll leave that guy be. We'll take off and go to our next one. I'm going to make that small again. And we will go to our Japanese guys. And right now in Japan, we do have a little bit more activity. Our two ice cream boats are in. Yeah, that's important. Get your ice cream. We got double whammy ice cream boats parked there. And just remember, you go down this road, down that road, at the lights, you hang a left, and you go down there to the dock, and you'll see the ice cream guys. So it's definitely there. And we are looking at a Sakurajima there in Japan. And Sakurajima, of course, being very active as of late. It continues to be active, so it obviously is doing its thing. Let's have a closer look, and this is what it's doing right now. Matter of fact, let's go even closer to the caldera camera, and or the close-up crater cam, as they call it. You can see the ash plume in addition to the steam venting. And right now you do have three separate vents happening in here. You've got the one that's putting this steam out. You've got the one in the middle here that is working the ash material. And of course you have this one over here that had not erupted for a bunch of years. And this is relatively new, but it's nice to be able to see this up close, so you're watching an eruption in progress, and that is pretty awesome. I don't know, what else can I say? And that's the stuff you don't want to breathe. The stuff in the middle is the worst. What? Must be vultures circling like that. Well, I don't think they're actually vultures. I think they are just riding those the hot air currents that are coming off of the water there in the bay. So, but yeah, this is a pretty cool to see, and you can definitely tell that there is a lot of ash and tephra and stuff in there you don't want to breathe. Actually, none of that stuff you really want to breathe in, but the stuff on the outsides is better than the insides. I guess this is almost like a reverse Oreo cookie. You got vanilla on the outside and chocolate on the inside. Uh, anyway, not stuff you want to be breathing, and it is definitely continuing to do its thing. That gray material, of course, a lot of ash, and well, tephra in general, that you don't want to breathe. And as I mentioned before, if you guys are ever going to a volcano and you get those big clouds, that gray material, make sure you cover your face, and I don't care what you use, just get something over it so you don't breathe in that stuff, because the tephra, basically glass chunks in there, they get into your lungs, and that can be the end of you very quickly. And there goes another one of those birds. It's neat to see those birds. They got some nice yellow color on them, and I think that's pretty awesome. I'm still trying to figure out what kind they are, but I'll have to see if my Japanese friend maybe can tell me. E.T. san, where are you? Anyway, that's slowing down a little bit. If we go back, zoom back out onto the other shot here, you can see how high that plume actually is getting, and that really shows you the difference in color. And like I said, it's almost like a reverse Oreo here, where you've got the light colors on the outside and the chocolate on the inside. And more of those birds going by. Pretty awesome to see. And that's kind of it for this one. Let's see if we go back in time a little bit. I did not see any glow last night. There's another big puff out of here from earlier. And that was very, very gray. And that was the back vent there that was actually dumping that out, not the central one that we were just watching. So definitely some pretty nasty stuff coming out. And if we go back a little bit further during the night, what I like to look for is to see if we got glow. And it does look like there is glow in here. That means that we've got lava sitting in that caldera. And just not sure how much is there. That was a very dark plume. We don't see any glow at that point. And of course, when it's pouring out the was that let's just back that up and just watch right in here. We'll see if it sparks again. And it looked like a little bit, yep, there it is, a little bit of volcanic lightning happening inside that plume. Some sparks. Of course, what's happening is with that ejecta, as it is moving out of the vent, it's going at a fairly high velocity, and we've got everything from ash and water molecules, everything in there being ejected out, and those, of course, when they're moving, they'll create static electricity, and once it gets enough of a positive and a negative charge, you'll see them zap. And of course, volcanic lightning, and that is pretty cool. Love seeing that, and of course that tells you that there's a lot of moisture in there as well, and that is always an interesting adventure. And this is earlier, very hard to see what is going on there. We don't see any glow at that point in time, or this one here. It looks, and we've just seen another little bit of volcanic lightning right there too. So pretty awesome. Anyway, we'll put that back onto live, and that is where we are at right now with it. And close-up view, of course, you can see that it cleared its pipe, and it's now turning cleaner. Just off-gassing a bunch of SO2 and stuff. So, you know, stuff you don't want to breathe. But that's what we've got right there. So pretty awesome looking. And again, let's go back and see the ice cream boats are still in. We do see this from the distance, and you can see definitely the 3 separate vents, and you can see them there as well. let's leave this guy be. That is live right now, and that of course is on the southern end of Japan. That is just across from Kagoshima, and that is Sakurajima volcano, and we'll leave it there. Next one is Suwanoshi. So Suwanoshi-jima is on its own little island. Well, the island has its own name, but I can't remember what it is. We did have some puffs coming out of it as well, and it has been fairly explosive when it does erupt. I'm just trying to get it right on the eruption here. That should be right about there. There you can see it. This does have multiple vents up top, and it looks like the second caldera over, or the back vent as we call it from here, is the one that is doing its thing right now. And it is moving out fairly good. That's at 8:11 this morning their time. A very dark ash, so again it tells you that there's a lot of tephra material in there. It's not just gas, and definitely don't want to be breathing that. So that is definitely doing its thing. I'm just kind of scanning back to see if there's a few more of those ash plumes come out. Then we do see another one a little a ways back here at 7, is it 7:13, 7:18, something like that. If we go further back, we do see a little bit of a bigger one, and this one is at 6:07, so definitely active. And let's see if we go into the night, do we see the lava glow? And last night apparently we had a lot of lava glow. Tonight I don't think, well, we did maybe see a little bit right here. And there you can see the glow of the lava. You can actually see that's in the front vent though. Okay, so that, and you can see the ash plume coming out, and that's actually pretty awesome. Thank you, Sue, for the 4-minute warning. And while we're looking at that, let me read through our volcano report for today real quick. And let's see if I can find it. I've been bombarded with stuff today. So volcano report for late Monday. We had 7 active volcanoes. What was it? Karangtang? Karangtang. Volcanic ash observed to 7,000 feet or 2,100 meters at 1945. Sabancaya, Karangatang is actually in Indonesia. Sabancaya over in Chile, unable to detect it at 2000 hours. Fuego, of course, in Guatemala, continued emissions to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters at 15 minutes after 8 p.m. or 2015. Villarrica, we already looked at that was from 2056 last night. Sakurajima exploded to 5,000 feet or 1,500 meters at 2100 last night. Suwanoshi-jima exploded a volcanic ash cloud unknown and that happened at 2100 at their time. Suwanoshi and Sakurajima, both in Japan, and then Sengay over in Ecuador, volcanic ash emissions that dissipated at 23:45 last night. Activity for today, we've got 10 volcanoes that erupted. Of course, Sakurajima, which we were just looking at, erupted to 6,000 feet, 1,800 meters at midnight. And then volcanic ash emissions continued to 8,000 feet or 2,400 meters at 6:30. Popocatépetl, new volcanic ash emissions observed to 21,000 feet or 6,400 meters at 3:30 a.m. Light volcanic ash emissions to the same height, 21,000 feet or 6,400 meters at 15:15. Suwanosejima exploded to 5,000 feet or 1,500 meters at 6:30 in the morning. I think we just had a look at that. And then Fuego, continuing volcanic ash emissions to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters at 7:30. Sabancaya continues ash emissions at 8 o'clock in the morning. And Sangay, new volcanic eruptions observed to 21,000 feet or 6,400 meters at 10:15 a.m. Kilauea, which we already looked at, had a separate report, and that, of course, was from 10:58. Reventador, the one that stumped everybody. Yeah, I like it. 11:10 was the time of that report there, and then of course Cotopaxi also very close from 13:08 today, and then Shivalash up in the Kamchatka Peninsula, volcanic ash emissions observed to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters at 15 minutes after 2 p.m. Their time, or 14:15 if you want. And that is your volcano report for that today. Quick shot. We'll take a look. Oh, we can't see a darn thing. And that is over in Yellowstone National Park. I don't know where they're looking, but we can't see it. And I'll leave it as that. Let's go back and put this on to our wonderful Halemaumau crater. There in Kilauea on the big island of Hawaii, in the state of Hawaii, in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. And I'm going to go take a break. Don't go away, guys. And we've got more to come. So we'll go over volcanoes, earthquakes. And let's see, what else we're going to go over. Oh, we forgot ASO. I'm sorry. We forgot to look at ASO real quick. ASO-san continuing to give off a steamy gas, and that is still cooking. So we know that ASO is still got a very hot caldera, and I just wanted to make sure I got that one in there before I took off. So I'm going to go on my break now, though. So for those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting the like. That'd be awesome. Yvonne, you're out of here. Okay, have to go to work now. Take care, Yvonne. Stay safe. Safe travels. And let us know if you see anything happening. That'd be really awesome. And for those who do not know, Yvonne Kunkel is, in fact, a volcanologist. And that's what she does all day long, or all night long. Anyway, I'm going to go take a break and keep smiling. Hit that like button if you haven't done so already. I do see one bunny running around in my bunny area. Bunny land, as we call it. Actually, that bunny is simmering down in a spot where the camera can't see it. But I'll fix that in a second. And keep smiling, everyone. Be good and hit the like button. I'll be back after the break. Thanks, and don't go away. go. Microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching a VolcanoX live stream. And Sue Hayes says, welcome back, Doc. And thanks also from Cananaska's country. And I don't know who else is left. I see a bunch of people took off already, so we are down a few. Sharon Stewart says, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. And thanks, OneFish26 for the welcome back. Cananaska's country saying, welcome, or how is Arizona Snowman? I did mention that earlier. Of course, we know he's back from the hospital. And he came back very early in the morning. His blood pressure is down. He is doing a lot better, and of course he is taking it easy today, and you know, that is probably the best thing for him. So you know, we're just let him be, let him have some time off, let him relax, and hopefully they've got his blood pressure back to a reasonable amount, which is where we want it to be. And that is, you know, nice that he is at home and able to relax a little bit and do his thing. So, anyway, yeah, he should be all right. We'll keep things going, and I'm very happy that he's doing okay. Anyway, let's get to our earthquakes for today. And of course, there is our earthquake map. And of course, the first thing that we see is this over here. And that is, of course, the quake that we've seen. They reported it as a 5.1 there in Iceland. And of course, they've got the our time on it, which is 141, which is actually 8:41 their time, and they showed us 10 kilometers down as far as depth, and that is okay. But we'll carry on with the other ones. I do want to mention that, okay, here on the Aleutian Islands, I did see this. It's a 4.5, and that is Old Harbor, Alaska area. And that came in yesterday at 22:35, 9.2 kilometers down for that one. There was no tsunami there, so we're not going to worry about that. Everything else seems to be older along the North American side. We do see a couple here. This one being right between the Aztec plate and the Cocos plate, right on the fault. And they call that the Galapagos triple junction area, and as you can see, it's because of the three connections here. So a triple junction in that sense. This is the Galapagos Islands here. So anyway, 4.7 came in today at 11:51 our time, and that was 10 kilometers down. Then we see another one on the same plate junction there between the two plates, 4.9, and they call that one Central America. But that came in yesterday at 20:51, and then we'll go down and take a look. We don't see anything else happening along the way other than down here in Chile, 4.1 at near Calama. And that was from 1622, and we'll leave that be. That's in Chile, of course. Going down here, South Sandwich Island area, 5.0, and that was from yesterday as well, 1954, 10 kilometers down. Sliding over a little bit, and we don't see too much. We do see this one here, and 4.6 on the South Island in New Zealand. 14:11 was the time, our time. 57.5 is what we've got there, and hopefully that wasn't anything too major. We do see it there though, and that is interesting to see. Of course, we had this one in the Cook Strait here not too long ago, and that was a fairly big one, 5.7. So You know, to see a 4.6 there, not a surprise afterwards. And zooming out, we don't see anything in Fiji or Tonga or over here in our Papua New Guinea area or any of those, nothing in the Solomon Islands. And we do see this one here, Banda C 5.0, and that was from 9:15 our time, at 10.5 kilometers down for that one. And then we get to the, I guess, the northwestern part here by Sumatra Island. We do have 4.5, and they call it 228 kilometers east, or sorry, west of south, maybe south of Sinabung, Indonesia. Anyway, that is from yesterday at 2050, 35 kilometers down. And then a bigger one here, same area of 5.0 from 12:22 today our time. So that's what we've seen over there. Looks pretty quiet until we get up to Taiwan. Taiwan had a 4.5 and 4:01 in the morning our time, and that is 43 kilometers down. Then we do see two out here, and the well, they call it the Bowen Island region. There's a 4.9 from 1755, 10 kilometers down, and then a bigger one right there, 5.1, and that was from 1105, 11.9 kilometers down for that guy. We don't see anything else going all the way up, nothing for Japan directly, nothing on the Kamchatka Peninsula. And we've got these two going over here. We do see one in Afghanistan. This one here, 4.2, Hindu Kush area, and 4:35 is the time on it, 174.4 kilometers down. Oh, hang on, I gotta sneeze again. I caught that sneeze. I say you're not supposed to do that though. But I do it all the time. Stop the sneeze. Anyway, I did see this one here. Already forewarned Piggy about that, because we know every time we have a quake along here that pushes up on the Arabian plate, which pushes the Anatolian plate, which in turn pushes the Aegean plate, and they get quakes. Anyway, 5.1 for that guy, and that's Garesh, Iran area, and that is down there. There's actually two there, 5.3 underneath it as well. So that's that one is from yesterday at 23:05, and this one is of today at 18:11. So two consecutive quakes there. That'll add more pressure onto this area, and we'll likely see more stuff happening. Anyway, Turkey area 4.1 from 2:56 a.m. 10 kilometers down. And we see this one 4.2, and that is 3:09 a.m. our time. And then, of course, the stuff that's been happening in this area, street map. What is it? Antakya, and we see that right there, 4.2. Hopefully, not too much more stuff happening in there. Anyway, that is from a 9:06 our time. I don't know exactly what time, minus 7 UTC, so it would have been in the wee hours of the morning for them, around midnight or something like that. And it's pretty sad to see what's been going on in that whole region. You know, we know that they had lost more lives, even in this one here. More lives were lost. One of the things, so that is kind of a good thing, is that most of the buildings that were able to come down already did come down. And there were a few more collapses though, when the big one here, that 6.3, when it came, they had a bunch more. And I'm sure they're going to get more aftershocks and more stuff happening. And hopefully everybody is going to stay out of the partially fallen buildings. They did lose 4 people in this quake. They were trying to salvage their property out of a building that had partially collapsed. And when that quake hit, of course, it collapsed the rest of the way, and they lost their lives. So that is kind of the sad part. Anyway, going up here and looking at what we've got going on, basically here in Iceland, and that is at 5.1. We've already talked about it. It is pretty awesome to see that right near Barnabunga, and of course that is where they're showing it though on this satellite shot. They show no ice around it, which is kind of interesting. And mind you, this is already an older map, and this is about that's about right for Askja right now as far as the amount of ice we're seeing. So it definitely has lost its ice, and that's probably a good depiction. Zooming that back out, that's it for those earthquakes. A quick peek here at our other place of interest, and of course that is at the Canary Islands. And I just want to take a quick look. I think these we've already gone through these. No, this is a brand new one. 1:43 a.m. 3.4 and 3.4, 10 kilometers down, and that is okay. This one is from yesterday, from 1637. We would have seen that, and that is what is it? That is, oh, that's the one with no depth indicated. And then the bigger one there, the 4.2, from yesterday at 1705, and that was 24 kilometers down. So that's what we've seen there. Let's zoom in here and see what's happening on La Palma. And La Palma only had one quake today, a 1.6, and that came in at 13 kilometers down, 11:35 a.m. UTC, or their time. So, and that I don't know, it's kind of suspicious seeing where it is. It's not really a compression from lava because it's too deep, but definitely something doing its thing, and we'll see what's going on there. Yona, welcome Yona, nice to see you, Yona. And we already went through Iceland earlier, and we seen all that nice stuff going on there on the other maps. And we can probably pop back over there just to do a real quick recap for those who may have missed what we were talking about. And that was this quake, of course, the big, they call it a 4.87, 3 kilometers down. And if we zoom in on it, you can kind of get the idea where it happened. And that's just outside of the ice sheets there. This is the plate boundary in between here, and it is a transverse boundary at that point, where you have the plates slipping along each other rather than spreading apart. But Iceland technically is kind of shifting, and not exactly. Oh, hang on, what happened? Supposed to be on the other one. There. There you go. Just so you can see it. Thanks, Sue. I clicked it, but darn it, sometimes when I click, it doesn't turn. Anyway, that gives you a pretty good idea where the big quake happened. And our mystery quake out here, we're still trying to figure out exactly where that is, because when we look at the other map, we do not see it. And that is on this one. Actually, if somebody types in earthquake, and we can get the third map up there, or is it earthquake 2? I think this is earthquake 2. Earthquake is the one we want. I'll type that, or no, not 3. That's not what we wanted. No, earthquake. There we go. That should be the other link. And let's see if I can bring that up in that window over there. Oh, it brought it. No, it brought the same one up. Why is it bringing the same one up? Earthquake 2. Let's open that in a new tab and see. No, that's this same one. Okay, earthquake 3? No, that's that one. That's this one. Got too many earthquakes. Anyway, yeah, we don't see the correlation. That other one should be down here. You know, when we're looking at the way the correlation is there, they're showing it way over here, and they're showing it as a 2.8. So I'm kind of wondering what is going on. And see, they're showing it way over here, and we don't see anything over there. We see it down here. There's Katla, straight south of Katla, basically, is what I was looking for. And when we look on that one, when we get over to Katla, that should be out here somewhere, right? So it's a mystery quake. And believe it or not, these two maps are made by the same people. So you can figure that one out. And that is always cool. Anyway, let's head over and we'll start looking at our other stuff. I'm going to get rid of this one for now, and we'll leave it on there. We'll go over and take a look at our SO2 map here real quick before we get into the break, and we'll have just a very quick gander at it. As you can see, it is a minus 22 degrees Celsius here in Edmonton. Pleasant winter day. And for those who think winter is over, yeah, come and live in the Great White North. Anyway, Canada doesn't look too bad as far as the SO2. We do see up here in the Arctic Ocean quite a bit of SO2, and that hopefully will get trapped in the snow, and we won't see it till for a while, till it melts. Looking at the U.S., not bad, but we do see Popocatépetl and Mexico City, of course, pushing that stuff up over top of Texas, and then of course it gets into the central portions of the U.S., and we see it getting all over the eastern side. Looks like Nova Scotia is doing better today. Most of it is ending up out here in Newfoundland, and not bad in New Brunswick, but the St. Lawrence Seaway is still fairly heavy. Not so bad. We know there's storms going on around the Great Lakes, so that's kind of what's helping get rid of some of it out of the air. Looking at Central America, we see all of that pluming northward as well. Looks like we have a huge circulation here. Maybe there's going to be a storm here of some sort. And of course, Nevado del Ruiz is continuing to do its thing here in Colombia, and pluming, and we see that happening. And then of course Sabancaya is partially responsible for that, but we also have industrial stuff going on there. And the stuff in Antarctica, it's starting to diminish. More snow and rain falling, recapturing some of that SO2. White Isle volcano in New Zealand is still a little bit of a plume to the southeastish area. Leo's got his barbecue going. He's not here today, so I can pick on him. Thank you for the 2-minute warning, by the way, Sue. Leo's barbecuing, and we know he's, look at, that's the beach view right now, so we know he's barbecuing, that guy. He don't want to tell us, though. He showed us that lava picture yesterday, and I don't believe him. Anyway, not so bad from the coking plants today. We do see Tofua is still doing its thing. Sharon Stewart saying, thanks all, ta-ta for now. Good night, Sharon Stewart. Take care. Yasur is not too bad. Gawa and Aoba doing a splendid job throwing a lot of SO2 out. Not so bad there in Papua New Guinea area. Luolatok and Semeru, and of course we got Merapi in here. And of course Jakarta and Krakatau are doing their thing, so levels are fairly high there. Looks like Sinabung is probably the worst culprit up here, and the other guys are not so bad. Ibu and Dakono are still working away there, and then of course we'll see some from Milan and what is it? Yeah, is it Milan and Bulusan? No, yeah, Bulusan. And of course, still about 6,000 tons a day coming out of our wonderful Taal volcano. But we also have a lot of people pollution in the area, so that's what we see there. Taiwan is people pollution. And of course, here we see our Suwanosejima doing its thing. And this is mostly from Sakurajima, and then we go up here. We know this is coming from ASO. So ASO has stepped up the pace as far as dumping out SO2. And then we get up here on the Kamchatka Peninsula area, and we kind of have to wonder because that circulation is a little bit weird. I don't want to blame the wrong volcano, but we have Chikarachi and Ibako right in here. And then, what is it, Karimsky right in here, likely the culprit, and then Shivlish and Bulasan. No, hang on, Shivlish and, hang on, what's the other one there? It's not Bulasan, it's Bezimiani. There we go. Shivlish and Bezimiani for that guy. Yep, I got it, Sue. Thanks. The memory does work, but we see that plume, that's very dirty. And then going over pretty normal in India. And we see still South Africa making gold. And our DR Congo area still doing their thing. Very little from Urta Ale. The refinery is still going strong, and we see Kuwait and of course Saudi Arabia and Baghdad there, Iraq, and not so much from Etna, which is probably good. And that is our SO2 report for today. So all in all, not as bad as it could be. And Klashevskoy, you think Klashevskoy is partially responsible for that up there too? That is possible. I don't know. That is very, very interesting. That's like a real infant, right, Grandma B? Who's a real infant? Is Grandma B still here? Yeah, Fishy and Davy Crockett again. Davy Crockett? Davy, I remember seeing that. That's a long time ago. Possibility. Yeah, that is true, Sue. Okay, let's pop you back over here. We'll throw that back on. That is from 7:47 a.m. There in Hawaii, from Halemaumau crater. And that, of course, is Kilauea on the big island of Hawaii. Don't ask a Dr. Fox. Okay. 1950s. Yeah. I remember that. Oh, hang on. I don't remember that. So it's okay. Okay. We do have two bunnies eating for those who need to know. That's all good. Anyway, I'm going to be back in about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away, you guys. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Keep smiling. For those who have not yet hit that like button, give it a bop. I see we are at 100 likes, but we'd like to see a little bit more up there. So if you haven't hit that like button yet, please do help us out. Also, one fish says doesn't remember either, has to rely on historical records. Yeah, sure, you guys. 101 there for you. But I only see 100 on my screen, so that's what it is. Anyway, I'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. I keep smiling, and don't go away. Thanks. we go. I'm back once again. Welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you all on board. I see on my screen we are now up to 102 likes, and that is awesome. And, I know everybody's going to say, well, I see 103 on mine. Pardon me, and I only see 102. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs. From Sue and Grandma B in Kananaskis country, 103 on mine, says Grandma B, and that's 7 to 110. There we go. All good, and it's of course on the studio stream. It's always screen. It's always a one less. Oh, somebody took one back, and now we're only at 101. So. Somebody was being nasty. Oh, they put it back on. Now it's 102 again. So it is what it is. Anyway, let's get at the rest of our stuff, and that is going over to our wonderful map with lots of temperatures on it, and looking at the bitter cold. And as we can see here in North America, the Canadian area is now covered in cold once again, especially out west where we are. And we'll do this fairly quick. Vancouver, though, still coming in at about 4 degrees Celsius. And Bob on the rock there, he's probably got about 2 or 3 degrees as well. So that's not so bad. But let's go look. We see definitely minus 20. I think it's more like about minus 21 or 22 there. And let's see what we got here for KC and Swift Current. Minus 22 or 23, depending on where you hold the hamster. That's cold enough. Regina, on the other hand, is a minus 30. Saskatoon only minus 25, but in between here we got minus 34, minus 35 degrees. Winnipeg coming in at minus 24. Judy M probably about minus 27. And let's go look at, we see Northern Ontario bitterly cold. Toronto not so bad at only minus 1. London minus 2. Detroit there at minus 1. And here in Chicago we see 0 degrees for Tom and Pepper. Milwaukee about a minus 2, and somewhere over here is where Henry is. I don't know exactly where he is, but he's over there somewhere. And looking at about a minus 8 from Montreal, minus 9 for Quebec. And it looks like up here they're back down in the deep freeze as well. And looking at the southern end of New Brunswick, about 9 or 10 below. Top end about a minus 16, minus 18. We see minus 1 in Halifax, and Cole Harbour coming in at about minus 2 there. And again, mixed bag. And Newfoundland, we see they've got some colder stuff here for the most part. And the I guess the northwest, the Avalon Peninsula here, a little bit warmer. And then we go up into Labrador, and we don't even want to look at these temperatures. Look at this, a minus 40 somethings, 42, 43 up here in northern Quebec. Very cold. Looking out here at Portland, 3 degrees. Sliding down San Jose, looks like about 8 right now. LA coming in at about 11. That's not so bad. And seeing about 19 or 20 degrees in Death Valley, somewhere there. Oh, 21 in Death Valley. I like that place. I think I want to move there. Las Vegas is 16 degrees right now. Mexicali coming in at 17. Phoenix a little cooler at 16. Tucson cold at 11. And sliding over Albuquerque about 9 degrees Celsius. Looks like Texas bottom end is starting to warm up. San Antonio still holding at 22. Houston at 22. 21. And Austin and Dallas are coming in at 22 as well. New Orleans better than what they had yesterday. It's 20 degrees there. Tallahassee about 19, 20. Jacksonville about 21 right now. Miami Beach, beautiful at 25 degrees Celsius. Getting up to Atlanta, they've got 16. That's pretty awesome. Charlotte, North Carolina, 15. Grandma B's house, 14 degrees Celsius. That's just around 60 degrees there. And looking at Virginia Beach, 10. We move up a little bit more. Philadelphia, 6. 4 in New York. And Boston coming in at 4 as well. Sliding down a little bit more. Seeing that cold is trying to push back down the Baja and into Mexico, but Mexico is fighting back with warmer temperatures. 12 there in Mexico City. Acapulco coming in at about 26 today. Cancun made it to 25. Looking at Central America, pretty normal, and it looks like maybe a tad cooler there in Colombia today, as well as Venezuela. Most of Brazil still looking pretty normal temperature-wise, with 24, 25 degrees, depending on where you are. 24 here in Rio de Janeiro. Sao Paulo coming in at about 19 degrees. Looks like some heat still in Argentina and Paraguay. And let's take a look here real quick. Paysandú at 23 degrees right now, in case Irish Monk is watching. And that is where his Monkus is, of course. And there's 22 in Buenos Aires, sliding it down a little bit. We do see the 2028s there, and that is going all the way. Wow. Not bad temperatures till you get down on the bottom end here. That's when it starts to get really chilly, because the stuff coming over from Chile. Looking at, that's what I suspected at the bottom end. What's causing that? That's this high. The circulation around this high is drawing up all that cold air and giving it to the South Island. Yesterday they were basking in the heat. Today they've got almost, single digits, getting someplace down to 4 or 3 degrees. Not good. Christchurch only 13 today. Wellington coming in, according to this, about 17. Hastings over on the other side, 24 degrees. Somewhere around 21, 22 in Taupo area. And then Auckland coming in about, 23, 24. And then looks like some spots up to at least 25 in the other areas. So not bad temperatures there. And of course that high bringing all that stuff around. Hobart is still holding in at 17, though. We do see the warmer temps on the west side now, up in the low 20s, and that is pretty nice there. What is it? Launceston? I hope I said it right. Anyway, that is 22. Melbourne, barbecue weather. Where's Leo? He's having a barbecue. 25 degrees there. Oh my God, look at that temperature just north of Adelaide. We got 31 in Adelaide. Sydney not quite as warm today. They are about 22 degrees. Home of Oz up to 30 degrees again, and that's what we're seeing right there. That's not so bad. I mean, it could be worse though. We do see some of those 40, 41s, 42s here in the Outback, 43, 44. Yep, that is pretty hot for Australia. And Perth coming in at about 26 right now. And yep, those are the hot spots. 44 degrees, I think, is the highest we've seen. Real quick peek, pretty normal there in Fiji. Same thing with New Caledonia, Vanuatu. 31s, 32s here in Papua New Guinea. Highlands, of course, a lot cooler. Eastern Java, we do see 31s, 32s as well. And going over here, looking at, looks like it's getting warmer. Well, staying warmer, I guess I should say that. So Java Island up to 27, 28 degrees. Looks like pretty nice there in Sumatra as well. Bangkok coming in at about 29, 30 degrees right now. That's pretty awesome. Thank you, Sue. Manila about 28, 29 degrees. We do see a storm sitting just off the coast there. We do see that cold though. It did penetrate back down. Kagoshima is still holding in at 11 though. That's not so bad, but we do see single digits for most of the southern portions of Japan, and when we get up into the other areas, we see low, below freezing temperatures, single digits below. Sapporo coming in at -5. At least they're not -25. Kamchatka Peninsula, we see it's got kind of a mixed bag there. That low trying to keep it warm, but it's not doing so good. And looking here in the Himalayas, we see -36 up on the mountains. They've got a high there, keeping it cold. Delhi made it to 18 though, which is not bad. Pretty normal for Sri Lanka, 23 to about 26 degrees. Madagascar, oh, Freddie's sitting on top of Madagascar trying to make a mess. And we see that it's 29 along the coast here in some spots, not bad. Cape Town, a little cooler today, 14. That is starting to cool off for those guys. We do see the rest of Africa starting to heat up though. A little more heat in the interior here, which is really nice. Sahara Desert starting to warm up as well. Still very cold in Cairo though, only about 9 degrees. UAE still in the mid-teens, and we see some of the coastal areas a little bit warmer, but not so good for that weather. Looks like it's starting to warm up in Saudi Arabia just a touch. Looking at this area, we are still seeing and some of those places just right around that freezing mark, and we do see a little bit below freezing in some of those temperatures. The Antakya area is about 8, 7, and that's not so bad for those folks. Eastern portions of Turkey, a little bit warmer today than what they've been. And of course, looking at Piggy's temperature, about 12 degrees Celsius, depending on where you point that mouse. And yeah, somewhere thereabouts, 54 Fahrenheit. Sliding over, looking at Randanzo, pardon me, about 5 or 6 there. Oh, it says 3. Hang on, I gotta clear my throat. There, you didn't want to hear that. All right, so that's pretty okay there. And looking at what we've got, Sardinia, not bad. Naples, 10, about 8 in Rome. Milano coming in at about 8 as well. They're warming up. And Madrid, about 6. Aurelio's home, about 5. Slowly warming up there in Portugal, which is nice. Nantes here at 9 degrees today, got about 6 or 7 there in Paris, a little bit warmer, and 4 degrees there in Munich. Frankfurt 5, Cologne about 4, about 5 there in Yvonne Kunkel's house. Brussels coming in at about 3 or 4 there in Luxembourg for the most part, and we see about 6 in Amsterdam, and a little bit warmer in some spots there, up to 7 in Holland. So 3 in Berlin, and about 7 there in Hamburg. A little colder up here, 2 in Copenhagen, and Aarhus coming in about 1 degree. Oslo -3 or 4, -3 in Stockholm. St. Petersburg -12, Burr, and where'd Moscow go? -18 in Moscow. Let's take a look at England real quick. 6 in London. The warmer temperatures, though, out here on the Wales side, and then of course they are getting all kinds of winds up here in the north. Aberdeen at 7, we see a 6 there for Glasgow, Dublin coming in at about 6, and Doolin area about 4 or 5, and that is right in there. A quick pop over to Iceland, and looks not as warm, looks like about -2 or 3 there, and that is kind of what we've got going on for the capital city. So let's see what comes up from what Sue brings up there. If it comes up. Oh, somebody kicked the bot. Ah, it didn't work, Sue. I'll try it again. Maybe. Use a hammer. It'll work. It'll work. Maybe the earthquakes did it. They shook it up, and maybe they had an eruption and it doesn't want to work anymore. Okay, it's not working. Somebody broke the bot. All right. One fish broke the bot. Oh, there it is. It finally came through. 2 degrees below 0. And below in Celsius, that is. So that's what we've got there. Let's take a very quick look at precipitation. We see very little snow up in the northern areas. We do see Alaska's getting some stuff along the Bering Strait there. Some snow in the interior of British Columbia, and then going all the way down, pardon me, all the way down the coast here. We got hit and miss stuff. So Washington getting wet, Northern California is getting wet, interior of California is getting wet, and we've got some stuff happening, I guess, in Utah here, as well as Nevada, and then of course eastern Washington, and Wyoming, and all the way along here. We do see these stormy things coming along, and that is not so good. Looks like Arizona's got a little bit more moisture coming as well. They're probably not going to miss that. They like having a little bit. And here in the deserty areas, they've got some rain happening in Mexico. Looking over on the eastern side, a little bit of lake effect stuff going to happen around there, but not so bad. We see Montreal and Quebec City getting snow, Boston getting snow. Looks like it's clear for Sue right now. Looks like up here, a little bit in Labrador, top end of Newfoundland. And we got that big storm sitting there. I wanted to look here where this was actually circulating around here. And we don't see any storm there. So sliding down Central America, not bad, normal stuff. And looks like along the Peruvian coast here, and actually even the Equatorian coastal areas are getting nailed. Not so much in the interior of the rainforest in Brazil. We do see some rain in this little area here, Rio de Janeiro and Sao Paulo area. Nothing major there in Argentina, and looks dry for Paysandú. So that is all good. Bottom end of Chile, though, getting some rain. And here's what's causing all that colder temperature, plus rain. South Island getting drenched. North Island, not quite as bad, but they are getting some rain in the southern portions. Looking really quick at Australia, nothing in Tasmania, southern portions there. I'm telling you, Leo's having a barbecue. He's not telling us. Anyway, we do see some rain here in the breadbasket, and just north of Sydney, and looks like maybe Brisbane might have had a shower, but nothing serious. And looking here, we do see what we've got in the northern portions of Australia, And again, we still see raining in Fiji. We got some rain here in Papua New Guinea. And of course, the Malaysian, Philippine, and Indonesian areas, shall I say, no more. Rain, 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 rain. And looking at Japan, northern areas are still getting some light snow, nothing too bad. And a little bit of snow here in the Kamchatka Peninsula as well. And we are seeing the other storms messing around out here in the Indian Ocean. And of course, Freddy, as I mentioned earlier, now sitting on top of Madagascar. That's a bad Freddy. That Freddy came all the way from over here to get to Madagascar. And it kind of smack. And I hope it dissipates soon, because the only other place it can go now is downward. And if it goes down and gets caught by this high, it'll end up going down here and causing more problems. Maybe it'll survive. We'll see what happens. Anyway, we do see here central portions of Africa, a little bit of rain, but nothing major. Pretty dry in most of the northern portions. We don't see any precipitation. And this is good for Turkey right now, for those good people to be able to help get everything out of there. Spain, a little bit of rain up in the north, and Paris has got a little bit of a system right in the center of it. We don't see anything in Germany other than fog. Same thing with Denmark and Brussels and Holland. Looks like Ireland is getting some rain, and of course up here in Scotland, and a little bit in London, London and England in general. Looks pretty normal for pretty dry in Finland. Same with Sweden. Of course, this is out here for Norway. That's normal weather. And not so bad of weather there right now for Iceland. We do see some snow in the interiors, but that is not that bad. Okay, let's, we see bottom end of Greenland is definitely got more white going to happen. Let's take a look at our cold temperatures for the day, and we'll see what we've got happening there. The coldest portions of the world temperatures. We'll see what we've got. I'm already down to minus 50 here in Antarctica. Minus 51 I seen right there. There's the minus 51. So cold, 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 cold. All right, a minus 51 we have. And do we have anything colder? And there's the high. Let's go look around it. And I think minus 51 is right in here somewhere. Where was it? I just had it again. We'll find it. It was right in here somewhere, but maybe I'll zoom out a couple of spots here. But yeah, we've seen that minus 51 here, so I'm going to leave that. You can go back in the replay if you don't believe me. So yeah, minus 51. I don't think there's going to be anything colder there for right now. At least it doesn't look like it. Down here is a little bit warmer, and I don't see anything else. That low is going to keep things a little warmer there for now. And so we'll leave that be. Let's see what we can find for Greenland. And also right off the bat, a minus 47. Let's see what we can find there. If we can find something a little colder. 47, 46. Oh, I see a 48 right in this area. Where is it? Minus 47, 46. There's a minus 48. We see a minus 48 so far for our low. And do we see anything further south? Where's that? A minus 48 again. It's right in here somewhere. 46, 47. There's about 48. 48. Come on, 49. Where are ya? Yeah, 48 so far. 47 up here. 48 as well in that area. So that is not so bad. 43, 45. Let's see what else we can find just sweeping across here. I may have to live with a minus of 48. And I don't see anything there. Let's sneak on these peninsulas. No, nothing up there. 30s. And scooping across here, 46, 47, so I have a minus of 48 so far, so I'm going to leave it as a minus of 48 for there, and we'll see what I can find in Canada with my temperatures, and we already got a minus of 47 here. 43, oh, and there's another 47. Let's zoom into that area. 46, 47, 44, no, that's no good. Minus 48 there, 47 there. Okay, not seeing anything. Oh, there's a minus of 50, 51. Minus of 51 is our cold so far. What about in there? Nothing major. No, no, no. 47. Let's go back to this area here. Minus of 50, 51. Let's zoom in here to the minus of 51 and see if we can find a minus of 52. Minus of 51 is all we got so far. Don't see a minus of 52. It's cold along that river. There's another minus of 50. Minus of 51 again. And where is it? Minus a 51 is what we got. We're looking for a minus a 52. 44. Nope, and that'll never do. That's too warm. Minus a 44 is too warm. Let's go back over here where my cold stuff usually is. 45, 46. Looks pretty warm there, actually. What about over here? 44, no. I think we are not going to make that. And I'm not trying to find it. What about in this little rock here? Minus a 43. No. What about down there? Nope. 40. I think a minus 51 is about where I am going to be stuck. Let's try up here. There's other islands I can look at. No, not that cold there. 37, no. What about some of these spots here? Nope, nope, nope. A minus a 40. Polar bear weather. They're basking in the sunshine, right? Minus a 42. Still getting back to this area. It's got to be here somewhere. 42, 43, 44, 45. No, I'm not not seeing it. So far we had, oh, there's a 47. Yeah, not gonna work today. Not doing so good today. A minus, what about the other side here? Nope, that's not gonna work. What about down here? Maybe a northern Quebec, minus a 43. Too cold. Not cold enough for me though. Let's see, a minus a 45, 44, 43, 44. Just, we had minus a 51 as the cold so far, so not sure what we're going to be able to come up with. There's a 49. There's that a 51. Oh, a minus a 53 I seen right in there. Minus a 53 for the Canadian Arctic. So that is pretty good. Minus a 53. And do we have a minus a 54? Don't see a minus a 54. But we do have a minus a 53 right there. Let's zoom in on that and see if we can find something a little cooler around it. No, minus a 53, 2, 1, no. Okay, I'm going to call it a minus a 53 for the Arctic. And let's go over to Siberia. Alaska looks really warm today. Minus a 32 for the, oh, minus a 33 for the cold in Alaska. But that's not what it's all about. And let's see what we can find here in the coldest portions. Let's look around that high first. 45 below. Nope, it's got to be a little bit colder than that. Oh, I see a 47 in here. 48. And 47. 48. Oh, minus a 51 right there. So let's see. Oh, minus a 52. And let's see if we can find anything colder than a minus a 52 in that area. There's a minus a 52. No, they're not working. All right, so a minus a 52 so far. Right in here. What about this little lake? No. Minus a 52 so far. We'll see. There's back to the minus a 47, 48. 45, no. What about around that high? 48, 44, no, still no good, no good. We need a minus a 53 or colder. Let's see if we can go in the out areas here in the plains of coldness. There's a minus a 49. That is horribly cold. And what do we see there? Nope. Minus a 40. Okay, we looked in those areas. Let's see what we can find up in the northern area here. 41. We got minus 52 already, so we got to find a colder than a minus a 52. And I don't think we're gonna. Not up here. Minus a 40 somethings. These isolated spots. No, I don't see that. Minus a 43. 44 in there. 48. if we zoom in on that minus 48 area, that's probably going to be a minus 52 is going to be our cold area for today. And let's see, 48. That is just intensely cold, you know. But it's better than a minus 60. There we got the minus 52 again. If we zoom in on that, whoop, minus 52. Let's see, and nothing further down that river. 49, 48. Yeah, I think I'm going to be there. Minus 52 degrees Celsius is my goal for today. And what about along that highway? Sometimes they get some horribly cold stuff. Minus 49, 48. Just imagine driving down that highway. Your tires would be square if you stopped for too long. 47, no, 48, 47. What about up this little river? Without a paddle, 47, 46. Okay, I think I'm going to have to stick with that. 48, yeah, minus 52 degrees Celsius. So that's what I'm calling it. Minus 52 is all I can find there today. And that is too cold, but that's all we got. So let's see how things turn out. And Dr. Fox got minus 51. Oh, okay, thanks, KC. 48 in Antarctica, or sorry, 51 in Antarctica, 48 in Greenland, and that is a good 53 in the Arctic. Sue's temperatures. Oh, okay, you wanted to put Sue's there. The last one was for Sue. Okay, so Sue is the winner today, and congratulations, Sue, for whooping me, and that is all right, no worries. And yep, that is too darn cold. So that's it for today, and thank you everyone for being in the stream, and thank you, Sue, for the challenge. I see we are up 110 likes on my screen, probably 111 on everyone else's, and that is okay. And I'm just reading through what we've got. I want to say a big thank you to our moderators, and of course that is Arizona Snowman, who's taking it easy today, and thank you to Piggy for her wonderful work, and the bacon seeds and beautiful stuff from Piggy all the time. Also, big thank you to the other guys, C&D Boy, of course, Bob, thank you, and Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, hiding in the background sometimes, as well as Joseph Fields Joseph Fields, Texas, sorry, and Lucas Snow, who was in today. So thank you, moderators. I really do appreciate your hard work. Also, a big thank you to everyone else, all the members in here. You guys are awesome. Big appreciation for all of you. We did not have any super chats or no new members today, so we don't need to go through that. And that's all good. And on that friendly note, I want to say thanks to all of you for being here, and hope that you all stay safe and you all stay happy. A big thank you to Sue, of course, for providing some of those reports. and for giving the wonderful list of volcano activity and so on. Thank you, Sue. And I'll see about tomorrow if we can stump you guys again for getting a picture of a volcano and see if that'll get you. We'll try that. No guarantees though. I do have a couple jobs I got to go on to tomorrow, so we'll see if that helps out. On those friendly notes, thank you everyone for being here today. Really, I do appreciate each and every one of you. And please, I really only ask one major thing. Which one was it? It was Reventator. If you didn't get it. Sue is going off to feed the animals. There you go, Sue. Yeah, nobody could get, I guess, a Reventator there, Billy Bob Joe. Anyway, it's all good, and be good, be kind, take care of yourselves, and please, most of all, remember, tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000. We'll see everyone tomorrow night. Take care, and we'll have a good night, have a good morning, or a good day, depending on where you are. And see you later. Good night. Oink, oink.